Alright, there we go. Alright, everyone who might be watching or is watching, we have an Amiga 4000 or an Amiga 2000 revision. It says it's a revision 4, but it's like a 4.3 or something like that. So let me give you a quick overview. So what I've done so far is the socket is there we go. This socket's obliterated, done. We're removing that. This socket's okay for now. I do have replacements if I need to replace it. Putting a CPU accelerator here gives me a green screen. However, I suspect that is more likely going to be some of these traces here. They do look kind of questionable, so we'll be going over those, exposing those, seeing if there's anything to be concerned about. First order of business is removing the socket so we can see if any of these traces are broken at the socket itself. So I'm just going to put this with its stuff. There we go. And as usual, busting out the Hacko FR301. I've already started before I started streaming just to see if I needed to reflow the solder. But thus far, I don't need to do much. Now, the way I do these is I'm going to actually remove the socket, but I'm also going to remove almost every supporting component, at least the resistor packs, because I'm going to need to kind of get in there. A lot of the times, those really, that's where some of the breaks end up occurring. Let's see, I remember this needing to be emptied. Yes, I should do that. Alright. Got a little bag of junk here. There we go. If you ever wonder, like, how bad this can get, let me see if I try to get it out of there, and it's does not want to come out. There we go. So you can see, like, get it nice. That's all just one piece of solder. Now, that's if you're lucky. A lot of times it likes to actually clog if you're not careful. Let's see. Let's a pair of tweezers. Just there we go. There's even more in there. There we go. Nice and clean. That'll just make it so I don't get rudely interrupted by having to clean it later. Okay. Looks like I might have to clean the barrel, actually. Let's grab a random capacitor, use it as a cleaning rod. Yep. There we go. I can actually feel the resistance of the solder. Weird. Of course, you clean it and then it doesn't want to work as well as it did before you cleaned it. Alright. Let's see. I might have to change my filter. It's a little nasty. Alright, yeah, that needs to be... see, where... Alright. Oh, something that gets stuck under the wheels. Okay, I got only a few left. Well, I have a whole bunch of them in my car a friend of mine gave me. So I have a few left in the house. These filters, once they get really nasty, they get soaked with flux and they just don't work like they should. But that's okay. That lasted me probably hundreds of desoldering. So I know I did an entire, excuse me, another 2,000. So let's see if that fixes it. No. I might actually have to clean this properly. Which I really don't want to do right now. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how long I'll be doing this. Shouldn't have bothered. Shouldn't have touched it. Yeah, I can hear the, Alright. I guess this was a little overdue. I guess a good rule of thumb is if you find that the, let me just set this out of my way for a minute. If you find that the filter is soaked, more than likely inside is also going to be pretty soaked. Where's my screwdriver? There it is. So there's two parts of cleaning these. One is cleaning the actual vacuum generator, which is basically like a baffle. And then there's a actual like a little baffle right here. Yeah, it's definitely all soaked with flux. Although not terrible, but the rubber membrane is what ends up needing the real cleaning. So let's take a little rubbing alcohol here, and then I'll just clean off the So what happens is the part gets sticky and it can't lift it up. There we go, a little better. You see all my gear, all my testing equipment. That's my Mac Classic test. Is that the whole one? Yeah, it's the whole one. All right, that one's clean. I work on a lot of Macintoshes. I have parts everywhere. A lot of boxes of like resistors, stuff like that. And, you know, I don't use it often enough to justify cleaning it up. I'm lazy. It's alright. I know where it is. I do have like a wall of resistors, or not resistors, but a capacitor. So stuff like that I use all the time, that I do actually organize. I have like little, actually little part boxes that I use it for, or that I use for that. Although I find that what ends up happening is those part boxes, the tolerance for closing it, little components. Okay, what the? That sounds better. Alright, let's see what dumb thing somebody messaged me about now. Oh, that, yeah. Okay. Alright. This should now be ready to go back into service. So where's that little rubber grab? There it is. I forgot to put this in there, which also may not have helped. That keeps the tube from kinking. Let's see. Knowing my luck, this won't work, and I'm going to get annoyed and not want to deal with it. We'll find out. I have other things I could do if that's the case. Like a 575. No, it makes me think that the barrel's actually what's clogged up now. But it also could be that stupid baffle. That is the only thing I will say is as great as they are, when you need to service them, it's a lot of time invested. But I only do that once in a while, and you know, Again, I deal with a lot of flux, which kind of doesn't, those don't handle flux very well. Need to find the stupid, there's a little thing that, I don't know where I always misplace it. I'm not gonna lie though, that sounds really off to me. Yeah, that's not working correctly. I wonder if it's shifted when I, yeah, it's not. So what you should actually, you won't obviously be able to feel it here. But, yeah, I think the rubber membrane shifted when I put it back together. No. I'm gonna guess then I need to clean the actual, even though it must be sticking to the top probably from the flux. Sadly not uncommon. Although that you have to do far less. Yeah, right? My wife likes to make fun of when I'm doing it. It's like, like, yeah. I see I'm peaking a bit here. Let me lower the, there we go. That should be a little bit better. Shouldn't peak so much now. But yeah, my wife loves to make fun of it. Yeah, there's some flux on the top of this. So, grab a Q-tip. By the way, I should invest in Q-tip. Like, there we go. I use so many of them. Here, I will clean this more thoroughly. Yeah, nothing really there. Definitely some was on the bottom because the Q-tip turned black, so in this case that does not mean it's a bootleg version if you're used to chips from China. Alright, so okay, let's see. Oh, I was looking at the wrong spot and I put this on wrong. That's the other thing, make sure you put this on right. It goes a certain way. I actually remember the first time I did that, I had to find a video to figure out the right way to reattach this. Because it will go on all axis. There we go. So that little notch, there's a little notch for the baffle. And that should go to in the lower right. I was like playing with it. There we go. That's all it was. Because this thing's definitely clean. It's not tacky at all. So that's good. Some might argue, like, oh, the time you spent cleaning. It's like, yeah, but the time I saved not damaging boards. That's how I look at it. Using a hand pump. Yes, I can. Not worth it. See, hear the sound difference? Okay, hopefully that was all it was. Another thing to know if it's pumping right is if you clog. Hear the tone difference, where before it wasn't there. You'd have to probably go back to the video before, but it does sound different. Like there's a different tonality. You also do need this. There's actually a screw that goes on the back, although that's less necessary. Yeah, see how much louder that... Okay. Now, hopefully that's all it was. Otherwise, I guess... Yep. No. It's got to be the barrel's jammed. So the barrel, you know, has where the tip is. Problem is, it obviously goes beyond where the tip is as well. So you can push. It could get jammed up where the tip is. Where is that stupid thing? I always misplace it. Sockets. And it's funny because I have a little drawer over here for this kind of stuff. And I just must have not put it in there. I'm going to pick up my blue scuzzy before I crush it. Make sure it didn't fall. It did not. Let's see. It's over here somewhere. That's actually what this is for. It's like a ramrod to go. I have a few boards over here I actually could work on. I have a, so this is a Mac TV board. This is a Color Classic. And this is a 575. Could always switch to one of those. Those I don't need a desoldering gun for. This is now at the other side of the building. This is I will need this eventually. Not gonna lie, I don't need my oscilloscope right now, so I am gonna go ahead and get that out of my way. Reduce some clutter here. Every time I clean over here, I swear in like 5 minutes, doesn't fail, it's a mess again. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. Doesn't matter how hard I try. 5 minutes later, I'm having to clean it up again. Okay. Let's see. No? Where's that? And it's big too. It's not even a small thing I'm looking for. So it's not, you know, it probably ran away or something. Let's see, these are some capacitors I don't need right now. Throw them over there. Guess I could clean this up. Put the lid on it. Oh, there it is. Like I said, it's not even that it's small. Like, it's huge. I just couldn't figure out where I set it. And it turns out it was over by my soldering stuff. You know. Come on. Where's my pliers? Here we go. It's actually stuck. There we go. I don't wonder why it's stuck. I'd clean off the barrel, but well, it's, you know, 1,000,000 degrees right now, so I do not want to touch it. Actually, it's really okay. There we go. Yeah, so if you look, the tip is jammed. And that's actually the tip itself. That is the gun that's jammed. it's just my fault for not. Alright, hopefully that's all it was. So one way to find out is take some solder, put it on the tip, and if it sucks it in, well, then we're good. Not gonna lie though, the tip is so hot, the flux just dissolves off of it. Oh, we'll find out in a second, I guess. Alright, I'm gonna put these two guys together. So if I lose one, I'll lose both, and then I'll totally be shit's creek up without a paddle, huh? But anyway. Hopefully that's the end of terrible tool maintenance with Tom. No, it's still not. It's weird, like. So, okay, so that could now be the tip, though. Sometimes once you clean one thing, you gotta clean the other again. Although, so I'm noticing there's no change in tone when I take out so what should happen is when it's got something jamming the barrel, it should sound one way, and when it has nothing jamming the barrel, it should sound another, because vacuum. But I'm noticing it sounds the same regardless of what, you know, so that makes me wonder something going on with. Let's go ahead and clean off this. I will say these things are terribly finicky. Like you think, oh, like you just gotta maintain it. No, they're finicky. They will, you know, the dumbest things will prevent them from working. For example, like just a little pebble or something jam in the piece that goes to the back, that's after the filter, will cause this kind of problem. I've had it happen. So right now I'm just cleaning up any residue that's on this metal piece, which is designed basically for the solder to fly back onto and then get stuck on. So how long have I been? So I've been messing with this for probably 20 minutes now. However, when it does work, it will stay working for hours on end. So, you know. Again, my terrible maintenance. Yeah. There we go. Hopefully that's. Again, and I could tell. Okay, that's what it sounds like with nothing in the barrel. I don't think it's working. I don't know what is going on, though. That's actually the. It almost sounds like the, like again, the baffle's not working. I swear this thing's gonna piss me off. Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. Like the vacuum chamber is not, well, I'm about to get frustrated and work on something else here. I'm gonna try cleaning this tube out. I'm sure there's somebody who's gonna tell me, oh, you should have done it this way, or and it's like, yeah. I never have those problems, or those are the best, right? Like, okay, that's clear. Okay, it's weird. I can feel. Oh, you know what? I think I know what's going on. I've had this happen before. So not only can the little baffle get filled up with solder, not only can that little rubber membrane get clogged, but I've only had it ever happen like once or twice. Actually, once that I can remember. This part actually gets clogged too. So you have this 90-degree angle, which is all one piece, and I'm betting there's something stuck in it. Well, we'll try using this guy. I really want to get this 2000 working, because I've already fixed their other one, which ended up being actually relatively straightforward and kind of disappointing that it wasn't. Doesn't feel like there's anything in it. The problem is because of the 90-degree angle, I can't really, like, light does not reflect off of it. Oh, interesting. The end of a Q-tip actually will fit in there quite nicely and will actually grab onto the gunk. Alright. That's an interesting the problem is you got to take off the cotton. It won't fit with the cotton on there. I mean, can I get it at all in there with the cotton? The cotton would act as a nice cleaning rod. Nope, it just kind of pushed it off. But hopefully this is all that's wrong. Let's see. Did I see somebody message me? Yeah, yes. Maybe. Just saw a notification on Facebook. I want to make sure it's not for me directly. Ooh, somebody had a 2SI that, no, that's not repairable. Yeah, anyway, sorry for that. That's a total write-off if you ask me. And given how many of those I work on, all right. I don't see what else it can be. Okay, so that's okay. So it definitely seems it was that, and here's why. So the output here for the vacuum should be the only thing when it's not under pressure that should have any air coming out of it. There's a hole here and a hole here. This is a bypass valve. So when there's too much pressure, it bypasses. What was happening before I cleaned out that little opening is it was bypassing a little bit of air. So think of like your turbocharger. If that's bypassing, you're not building boost. Same idea. Hear that? Yeah, and I could feel it now actually sucking my finger when I stick it in on there. Before it wasn't really doing that. Okay. Okay, it sounds better, maybe? It's going to prove me wrong, watch. Yeah, it's not even. I'm ready to throw. I just want to be able to work. I don't understand. Something is stopping this thing from properly working. Oh, that's clean. As clean as it's gonna be. I'm gonna try it without that little right angle thing. That's how I actually had this thing before. I didn't have that little. Nope. I don't know. I really don't know why it's acting this way. Because everything seems to be the way I would expect it to be. Barrel's clean. Unless, again, I've had where because the vacuum is not working, the tip gets kind of jammed up. But it doesn't seem that that's the issue here. Yeah, I did. That's the thing. I've dismantled the entire thing, and it still does it. I don't understand it. I cleaned the barrel. Like, it's weird. Like, I cleaned all the way through, so there's nothing there. Like, yeah, everything you're saying, like, those are things I've done, and it's weird. Tip is clearly clean. I did. I mean, like, literally, I took everything apart. I'll do it again, just so. I did all that. I wiped it down. It's all clean. It's smooth. No, doesn't feel tacky. So that's clean. That's clean. It's not tacky. Very smooth. There's a little, even though I cleaned right here, I doubt it's this, but I'm going to clean that. Now, you mean the membrane, which thing are you talking about? That membrane or the membrane that's part of the vacuum creation? I didn't remove that. I cleaned it, but I did not remove it. Yeah, of course. I've cleaned this many times. Like, this isn't the first time I've cleaned this. Some of these screws are a little loose, so I just tighten those up, just in case. Maybe I messed that up. Yeah, notches right there. And then there's a notch on this side. Make sure that... Are you trying to tell me how to use a tool I've used for the last, like, 2 years? Okay. Make sure that's centered. I might have to buy a new membrane. I don't know. Like, this one's, like, the original. Although I've never had an issue with it. I don't know how much that membrane, like... So right now it's completely bypassing. All the air is coming out of the bypass. And it's not sucking my finger at all. So, which means it's not vacuuming. Wow, power supply. You really didn't want to stay up there. don't know why it's... Oh, maybe that's shifted. That explains that. Try and do that again. There we go. Now it's at least sucking on my finger. I'm telling you, this 2000 and this desoldering gun, they're in cahoots. Like, they just... One's like, nah, you know, I don't want to work. And the other one's like, yeah, I can help with that. Too bad I didn't have... Yeah, it does. It's not bypassing there. Like, that sounds... That looks good. Okay. Again, I don't understand why this barrel is so, place your bets. Nope. Still doesn't work. No joke. It still doesn't work. And everything looks good on, you know, the other end. It's weird because you can see it trying. But it just, like, yeah, exactly. What the... It doesn't make any sense. I cannot understand, and I know everything is clean. The only thing I can think of is it's the main vacuum. It almost... It's weird because it's not bypassing. Like, I can feel it's holding my finger. Like, it pulls my finger, so it's almost like it's an issue here, not here. Like, the filter isn't allowing the, maybe it's the filter, right? Like, you know, it's an OE filter, but, like... Maybe do I have the filter on the wrong way? Does that matter? Maybe I had the filter on the wrong way. I didn't know they were directional, but maybe they're directional. I mean, because it did stop working after I replaced the filter, I think. So let's try that. Maybe I had the filter on the wrong way. Because I did notice there is a difference in texture on one side versus the other. Alright. Got our little bendy maintaining thing. Nope, still doesn't work. Yep, still the same thing. I'm gonna... It's gotta be an... I'm not gonna lie, I can barely breathe through that. wish I had my other filters. They're in the car. You know, I'm going to just try with the old filter real quick. Just to see what that does. I mean, it's a little nasty, but it did work prior to me removing it. So, you know the saying, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe there's something with that filter where it's not allowing air through. Let's see. I'm pretty sure the issue is partly the rubber thing. Because actually that kind of worked. It's weird because it's kind of working. Yeah, maybe let me make sure there's nothing in the... I will tell you, my rubber thing is definitely... that thing is definitely aged, to say the least. It is kind, like, I can see it kind of working. It's so weird. Honestly, I wanted to, yeah, I think that's just, I don't think that's actually... Do me a favor, when you use yours, if you block this hole, the one the tube goes on, does all the air come out of the small hole? Because on mine, nothing comes out. And I feel like it's supposed, like, I remember when it worked. I mean, let me make sure. Yeah. Not a ton that comes out on mine, so yeah, that's probably about, like you said. I have the station that I can use, like, the high-end one, and I'm like, that would be kind of nice, have a shop powered one. I would never need to worry about suction again. Let me try something. Is the solder at this point just fucking with me? Like, maybe it's, because some of the holes are coming clean. So maybe, like, the solder's just fucking with me. Let's try that. I've had that happen before. Where some holes, it would come clean easy, and then... Yeah, that actually seems to be working. So I think the solder is just maybe so oxidized that it's not, because actually that one came clean. So let me try just reflowing. Usually this is what I do anyway, regardless of what my objective is on this kind of board. Alright, let's try that. I've done all the remaining ones on the side I was doing. So it's weird, like they come clean a little bit and then they just fill back in. Like there's not enough suction to pull all the solder through. Yeah. It's definitely not, like the vacuum is not making it all the way to the front. And I can tell because it's not changing its sound, but it changes there. If I release the, huh. Starting to wonder, like, is the hole lined up with, like, did the, tube shift or something? Yeah, because it's definitely not making it all the way to the front. I can tell just by the way that sounds. Well, regardless, that filter is destroyed. Oh, what fun it is. I'm going to clean in there. That's kind of filthy. Yeah, I need to order, I really need to order tips. I hate how much they cost, so I've avoided it. And this one's still working, so... What now? Okay, I have way too many notifications. It's kind of hard to make out anything from that. I don't know. Not gonna lie, it's actually quite nasty in here where I can't easily clean. Okay, clean that out. I'm curious to see without... Okay, it's definitely making it to there. I know I need to have this on if I'm... Okay. Seems to be doing what I expected to now. And that's with a new filter, so it looks like maybe the part right behind the filter was dirty. Okay. Yeah, cleaned most of those out as I expected it to. And for the people that go, oh, I could do it by hand, yeah, I used to do it too. But when it takes me 5 minutes to do this and it takes you an hour, to be clear, not knocking anyone's motive or anyone's methods. I get it. Like, I did it by hand. The only reason I do this now is because, well, yeah, some of these need fresh solder. Like, there's an oxidation layer. I hate how much this thing sleeps. I guess it's to maintain tips, though, so. Yeah, this side, a lot more finicky with the solder removal. What would be a great way to do this is they make a tip that's like this wide. You just cut the socket up and you can just freaking remove all the pieces. I saw somebody doing that on a. They were repairing a dashboard, dashboard cluster, and I was like, oh man, that's the way to do it. They had to remove like 10 pins at once. And I'm like, yeah, that's a good way to reduce, risk of damage. Now for ground planes, you got to give it like an extra couple, a second or two. Okay, we're almost done. Alright, I got a few little holes I need to go back over. There we go. Hey, ground plane. These suck to clean out. There we go. Alright, let's see how this comes out. You don't necessarily... you want to pull... Okay, we're almost there. I can feel it wiggling out. Come. Okay, there's some on this side. Oh, there's some. Alright, let's see. So, what I'm doing is I'm wiggling it to see if there's anything that doesn't move, so that we're not forcing any anything on the and I found one pin. Although that one had already broken free off the socket itself. Okay, it looks like the ground pin is still being a touch of a pain in the ass. So, since we know that that one is not playing fair, which one is it? Here we go. And yes, she was quite crusty. That explains a lot, actually. But with that, we have definitely some corrosion we need to contend with. And there we go. Yeah, that ground was the Rev 6 I did was far easier. It was not There we go. Alright, now, what's next? Well, first thing we're gonna do is get all this dust off. Normally, I'll probably ultrasonic it once I'm done to make it look brand new. But for repair, I don't like to. I mean, I could do that, but the ultrasonic tank's not warmed up, and you know, a little alcohol, fiberglass pen. There we go. Okay, so let's start to take a look at. Let me move a few things here. Part of my problem is I have a giant ass power supply for the 2000 here, which takes up like a huge amount of room. So let me, I'll start moving things, and we're going to take a look at this under the microscope. Start to see if we can identify any immediate problems where we want to target. Alright, let me switch over to... So right now this is on my OSSC. Give it a second to switch. Benefits of an HDMI switcher. There we go. Now I'm going to zoom all the way out, and there we go. There we go. Let's see what we can find here. So, that looks pretty nasty, I will say. Which might explain why I'm getting errors with Alright, I'm gonna actually, so these brushes are good for what they're good for. I don't think they're good for this. For this, I pull out, if I can find where that disappeared to, my sandpaper. I find that works so much better. Another option is one of these guys, a little Dremel pen. In fact, I have it in my hand, so I'll show you, how I use it. It's a little bit more difficult because I'm looking at a... So one is not high speed enough to... There we go. But this you definitely do not want to do without experience. In fact, I generally don't like doing this under my microscope. I generally do this just by eye. This allows you to target specific areas. And there we go. See? Very controlled. I have it on 2 out of 3. And I'm using the very, very tip. It's actually a very fine needle, kind of pointy tip. But yeah, in fact, I think sandpaper probably gonna be the best for this, just so I can really... Actually, ultrasonic might be better. However, I will say none of these so far are bad, right? Like, these are nasty. But none of these so far have actually been broken from what I can see. Like, that all looks intact. Not so sure about that. That looks questionable. I want to remove these. I'm going to turn this off to not kill my battery. But yeah, like, that's a lot of potential breakage and whatnot. I haven't done one like this in a while, I won't lie. That resistor is probably cooked. Believe it or not, probably not, but these should be good. These usually almost never fail. We'll have to deal with that, but yeah, so taking these off and sanding this whole area gently, very gently, is my goal. So I am going to go ahead and switch back. This may end up being like a multi-day project for me because I don't want to burn myself out trying to, figure out what I need to, everything. Okay, so with that, we will start with those resistor packs. So I may even reach out to the owner because he's already got a Rev 6 and see, like, hey, do you really want me to put, time into this? Part of me wants to, so that just for the satisfaction, but okay, let's see how this goes. Okay, I see one didn't clear perfectly, but that might be enough. Alright, let's see how some of these get on. Okay, that one's fairly loose, so one way to really get these out is to use some hot air if you need to. But all the legs are loose, so there we go. Kind of give it the one side each side. There we go. Yeah, I mean overall, the resistor itself looks good. It, So that came out no real issue. Put that with its parts. Now I went ahead and desoldered the other side. And that one did not. Okay, I can see a few that. So what I'm doing is I'm gently pulling back and forth, seeing what moves and what doesn't. You gotta be careful. Obviously, if the metal is weak, it could fatigue off, which at that point you would be replacing them anyway, right? That one does not want to come clean. There we go. That's better. All right, let's see how we're doing now. This is much easier on a Rev 6 than it is on a Rev 4. There we go. They're all moving. You can't see it, but right there, they're all moving. Actually, yeah, you can. You see the metal moving. That's cool. Unfortunately, this is not a digital camera. It is just a webcam, so like I don't have cool features like the ability to actually zoom in. Although that I could actually do something about, probably. Okay, so that one came off, no problem. Definitely gonna need to adjust, or what's what I'm looking for? Attack or address. There we go. I'm gonna need to address those. Now, am I going to remove all of them? No, probably not. So, because looking at the board, the damage stops about halfway. So I'm going to probably leave this one alone and just remove this one at this point, which is coming off quite nicely. Yep, all the pins. Can you see that? Where is it? Yeah, you can see the little wiggling right there. Wiggle, 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 yeah. You got to have a little Dave Jones, right? Wiggle, 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 yeah. Alright, that one's out. And at this point, we can now, again, find where my sandpaper is. I know I got a scrap of it laying around here somewhere. Could you use a fiberglass pen? Well, yeah, let's find out, because I have one right here. You could definitely try it. The answer is yes. Yes, you can. In fact, some people might consider that safer. I've done many boards and used sandpaper, but again, it's a gentle touch, right? Like, you're not trying to sand away everything. But let's find out how this gets on. Yeah, see, really, I'm gonna extend it a bit. It cleans off the metal, but it doesn't. It takes a lot more to clean that off, and I don't want to burn through this. So give me a second. I should have some actually right over here. By the way, if you ever had a question of how we get on, real quick, since you can't actually see me, if you ever doubted how we get on here, like, just, yeah, Nothing but caps. Caps for days. Entire box. This came in, and that's not even all the parts we ordered recently. You know, we got a box full of DigiKey parts for doing an Xbox. Let's see, where is it? Oh, that's where some of my spare boards went. Forgot I did that. Yeah, I gotta still try and fix this one day. Now that I have an idea. Don't worry, these are all spare boards. Maybe I should try fixing, taking the RAM off that one. See if I can bring that one back to life. I think I have a spare. Okay. You know, it's annoying because I have a big i2000. So actually, this is the other 2000 they had. This one, interestingly enough, had a bad CIA, which kind of I had to figure out, you know, what was going on. But so this is the bad one, but it works fine for floppy stuff, but does not work fine for booting. So probably something on the serial port went bad. But hey, you know, if everything else works, you know, why bother buying a new one, right? Where did I end up? I had it over here at one point, and I moved all this stuff. So now I'm trying to figure out where I put the sandpaper. Because it's in like a big, actually, here we go. Not the whole thing of it, but this will do. All right, back. I don't use this stuff very often. Only when I'm doing like really serious stuff like this. Otherwise, I use my Dremel pen, but this needs a lot more love than what that Dremel pen's going to want to do. So, my immediate suspicions is this is probably broken. But we'll find out. So, take our sandpaper, and and I'm using the lightest little pressure here. Probably better to... Okay, let's go into a more damaged area so you can actually... Okay. And this, again, very light. Like, not heavy enough to like break anything, but heavy enough that if there is something, so what I'm saying is don't bust out the rotary sander, you know. But having all this exposed allows me to validate there's no you know, suspect. And all this will be covered up when I'm done anyway, so. There we go. Look how now we have a very good view of everything in that area. Freshen up all these pads. Look at that. Is that broken or not? I don't think so. Not but hey, even the one I suspected, look, it's not try and do circular motions where you can. Kind of like look at that. Look how, like, yeah. Now, let's look at some of these suspect pads. Let's start to piece together what we're dealing with here. Got the meter. Oh, that didn't work as well as I thought it would. Anyway, so you want to go on the side that's good. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Now, but is it broken on both sides? It could be. No, that one's still good, but it's bad there. And these are pull-ups, I believe, or pull-downs, probably, being into data bus. So now a lot of these. Good there. Actually, wait. Is that? Yeah, that's clearly broken. Yeah. That's good. That's good. But that's the power of... Now, if you wanted to, this is where you can go knock your microscope, apparently, and take your fiberglass pen and, like, kind of just smooth everything out. You know, no harm, because now you're in a more localized... Or use your Dremel pen. But yeah, this is what I suspected was going on. I haven't done one of these in a while. Feels kind of good to be back in the saddle again. So these are really nice, like cotton pads. Really good for. So we are gonna just get all that yuck off. So that's suspect. Anything dark, suspected. Don't assume anything when it's dark, because dark means that the liquid got under, or it's corroding underneath. This, not too worried about. It's just a power rail. I can jump that out. You know, probably just take a wire or something. Need to check this again. Back to the sandpaper, because you might have to go up and down, or side to side. But again, I prefer orbital motions. But you know, whatever you have to do, if you got to, you know, and keep in mind, this is not going to break a good trace, because if it's a good trace, like, question is, you know, is that good? I'm not sure yet. Oh, but we're starting to expose that metal, that big copper, that big trace there. So that's good. All right, I'm going to say that, yeah, that's definitely going to be a break right there, I think. Let's find out. Oh, I'll be damned. Okay, cool. And again, take our fiberglass pen. We can go over that a little bit more. I would still go ahead and fix that if I was, and I'm going to, because that could be just barely hanging on. But, all right, let's go back over these. And as you use your sandpaper, just tap it to clear out the grain. Now, if you need a very isolated, you can just fold it up and then just focus. That's okay. So that's clearly pretty good. Now we got some darkness here. Okay, that's exposed now. And that's the thing about this. Even if I had to ultrasonic it, which again I probably will at the end, a lot of this stuff would have just peeled right off because it's barely adhered to the board now. And don't be afraid to kind of get on the via a bit. If it's broken, it's gonna break. Like don't be like, oh, I don't want to make it worse. Like no, you should, because in a month or so, because it'll probably break anyway. That's my finding from doing this stuff. So that all looks good. We'll check all these traces. That's another thing. Don't be afraid if there's vias. Give yourself a little room to work to check traces. Like, so now you can check up to here. Ew, my finger's all green. Okay. So that via is probably broke, but as long as it goes through, that's where you, I recommend using floppy 209's sprint view. We'll get into that in a bit. Like once we get to that stuff, I'll show you how to actually properly use a board view. At least with sprint, which I learned from the great Chucky. I did not actually know about this feature, and then he's like, "Oh, I just do this." It sounds like a freaking BuzzFeed ad. And it's like, I was surprised when you found you could do this. But I legitimately was, and it actually was invaluable information. Don't forget about this area here. Now, the question we're all thinking, do we remove the CPU socket? Good question. And one I'm not entirely sure on how I want to answer yet. Because part of me goes, yeah, you should, right? Like, where'd my Q-tips go? Eh? Oh, doy. There we go. Alright, get in there, just kind of clean it up. So, the right answer is, yeah, probably should remove it. However, what we could try doing is seeing how far... So the damage seems to be isolated a little bit before it. See what I mean? Even with a Q-tip, that stuff will come off if you... So the answer is any of these suspect traces, check continuity to here and see kind of... If you find one, that might be... That to me is too many. All right. So, definitely got some damage. Again, I would fix maybe. So one thing you could do is if you have a Dremel pen and you find something like that, so you figure out where you set your Dremel pen. Because you moved everything around trying to clean up. Oh, there it is. It was actually behind something. I wonder if I can find it. So, set it on like 1. Actually, 2 is like the minimum I would use with this one. So, yeah, we'll want to fix that one. It's a little... That one's okay, you can see but it's still starting to pit. So we'll go ahead and jump from like way over here to like way over there. So, but we're not really ready for that yet. The other option, and probably the right option, is we have a board view and we have some questionable traces here. we can use the board view to figure out where these go. Now, the problem is the board view, I don't think it matters though, because if I move this stuff here, it ends up going like over here. I think it's this one is one of those, and then the other one goes over there more. So we could fix one of them easily. Let's see. Clock circuit's really good. A lot of times that gets corroded. We're all right there. Okay, that's all right. We could probably replace this resistor. I mean, yeah, you should. It's only a quarter watt anyway, so we'll replace that. What's next? What's next? What do we look at next? Like, we're right now just getting an idea, right? We're trying to figure out what we're up against. This is, diving in. That looks, that looks bad, so let's clean, And that's actually an important thing of having, like, a microscope is stuff can be deceiving when it's not, when you can't, I don't want to turn that on. When you can't actually see. I have no idea where my, really. Okay. So, I was way down here, and that's part of the clock circuit. So, I'm not worried about the ground plane. Easier. Unfortunately, there we go. So that's the end of it. And this isn't a matter of necessarily checking if something's broken. This is also to prevent future damage, right? Because again, that electrolyte is under the okay. There we go. So we'll probably want to remove these. Check under that. These are not too bad. They're just ferrite beads anyway, so just clean those up. Not a huge deal. Again, we'll remove them and then coat them with some solder when we're done. Probably we'll need to eventually remove the keyboard connector. Yes, remove the keyboard connector. Yeah. A little bit more to expose over here. Okay. And got a little bit here. Again, that resistor we probably should just replace. All right. I believe that's the B bus error resistor. Look how crusty this stuff is. Even with the a little bit of flux that's in the solder. And I could try some really good flux. It probably still won't help. I had to get it from the bottom. Where's that? Might be able to get that out. Oh, yeah, we could get that out. Grab my tweezers here. Yeah. Which have a little hook. which makes now there we go. We'll figure out what that is. It's also probably not in the schematic, so actually it might be, but we'll check that later. Replace it with it's a 1/4 watt again, just a pull up. Sorry, I'm just cleaning the holes. Alright, I'm sure that area is going to be really, really, friendly to us and no problems at all. We're not going to run into any issues. Right, guys? I have no idea how many people are watching. So if you're watching, show some love. And oh, yeah, you can see that trace is just obliterated. We'll have to figure out where that went. And mind you, I didn't even I literally just heated the joint, nothing more. Where did that connect to? Just so I can... Ah. It goes to there. Okay. Let me make a note to fix that. All right. So, there we go. No, don't worry about that. That I can just stick a wire through. Not concerned about it. It's already pretty messed up from the corrosion. Okay. Feeling pretty good about where we are. A little bit right here. In this case, I went that way because it's with the grain. There's no twists or anything. In fact, that's what we can. It's generally, not an issue to go with the grain. Ah. Really acetone. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Something, a little acetone tipped over. No big deal. All clean. Okay. So, once again, we now know what we have to fix. So the question ends up being, what is the right way to fix some of this, right? Well, we could do jump leads from here down the hole to there, or we could just repopulate this, take a detailed photo, and then, or maybe just write it down, you know, so we have a mental note of it. Oh, that's what we use the acetone to clean the board. But either way, we have clearly things we need to resolve. So nice and smooth, actually. So for a lot of this, we could try. So the first thing we do, at least the first thing I'm going to do, is I'm going to take my iron. I'm going to tin all these all this exposed copper. Like, boy, that's going to take a while. Yeah, it will. So let's speed it up. Let's just. So we're going to. Because we don't really need. The flux is more to, at this point, to help spread everything. So now I'm going to take my braid that has some solder on it and do the same thing I was doing with my iron. Look how much faster that is. So apparently there was something on my iron, or on my braid. Anything else on there? Nope. Okay. I'm actually going to trim this up. There we go. That way. It's actually quite hard under a microscope. But you see, like, we're coating everything. Again, you definitely need flux for this. Don't try and do this dry. It won't turn out good. And this is not the best braid, so I'm not going to recommend it to you. It's okay braid, but the weaving is really not that tight. So it doesn't do a good job of being dragged around. As you can see, it like becomes unwoven. If you need a recommendation, just spend the extra money on like MG Chemicals. This is some off-brand. It works okay. I would almost say like this is good for just like basic cleanup. like a pads, but it would not. It's not a good enough wick for you know, doing like any form of abrasive cleaning, like what I'm trying to do here. In fact, my iron is probably faster at this point on most of these. Yeah, it kind of is because I have a flat tip. I mean, look how much faster I can, you know, for wide areas, that's better, but for this, it's easier just to load my tip up with a little bit of solder and just drag around. Actually, that doesn't want to work either. All right, that's looking pretty good. I'm not worried about still being gentle, but I know like stuff's broken, you know, so easy enough to go. What I'll do is I'll go over all the various traces on the 68K, figure out what's broken, make note of it, and then figure out, do I want to restore them now, or would I rather, you know, wait until I have this new socket on. Like I said, see, it doesn't like to be, you get better results if you drag the braid instead of pushing the braid with your iron. That seems to not destroy it as fast. Just be careful when you're pulling the braid. Braid gets hot. Braid gets hot. But the braid is the best, one of the better ways of transferring the solder to the traces. And the benefit of coating the traces in solder is you don't really need to protect them afterwards. They're coated in metal now. Yeah, see. So, at that point, trim it off. I will say it's just braid. It works great. Like, it does, you know, it was it was double the amount you could get through normal brands for the same price. However, you have to realize it's not, you have to know what you're getting into, right? Like, it's not a great quality braid. I mean, it soaks up, you know, it does its, you know, if I just applied solder to the, we need to, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean up a little bit, get an idea of what we're, where we are. I dropped my thing. Let me grab all right, so up here, I noticed there was a little more suspect. I'm very gently. I'm also not staying in one spot. I'm moving. Why has everybody got to have a battery damage? Okay. All right. There we go. Oh, nope. That one's already broken. Oh, here we go. There's the one's house. Okay. Alright, let's see what horrible project somebody wants me to work on now. Okay, we're going to clean up again and then So there's where we just cleaned. Oh, I am so sorry. I knocked you guys all over. Alright, we already know where that one goes. It goes right there. So that one we could easily fix with a little wire. I do not like... So this is what these brushes are really good for. Cleaning up like the corrosion off. Love these brushes. Like if you don't have one and you do this kind of work, you know, they're really good. You gotta be careful. They will, you know, take the solder that you just put on there off. So, okay, so we definitely know that's broken. So that one's broken. Yeah, that one. So how do we? So some of these. So these we would. So this one's a little bit more challenging. I have no question we can fix this. It's more just a matter of time. It's a matter of... I think that's a 30 Seconds to Mars song. It's a matter... Or is it a matter of pride, he says. I can't remember. Maybe I have to go back and listen to that album. So, go ahead and smear this. Because again, we don't need a lot. We just need it to be able to help transfer the solder. Which apparently there is none in the braid. There we go. Load the braid. Drag. Okay. I mean, overall, that is looking not too shabby. Alright, I think we are ready to start final, I got a few little areas here, but nothing. Okay. Like I said, this braid likes to just fall apart. But it did do the job. I mean, I'm not gonna say it didn't. Get the yuck out of there. There we go. Okay, let us clean it up again. Okay, so first thing I do is I check these specific vias because we know kind of wear damages, so it's like so. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Okay, that's definitely bad. That's good. 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 Okay. All these look okay, so we're not too. Let's not dwell on things that look okay. I expected those were okay. I'm just cleaning them up. Okay. So we know that's bad. Okay. So that's good. That looks okay. That looks okay, even though I don't really like. That looks fine. So need to fix that. Need to fix that. Need to fix that. It's actually not. It need a lot to fix, but a lot of like these, even though they look nasty, as long as the we can just stick a wire through there to add like extra protection, but should be okay. What we could do is use the board view to check the resistors. Yeah, so really not super. Yeah, I mean both these vias are good and make it to the other where they where we would expect them to go. That's okay. Not not the prettiest, but it's okay. Whoops. All right. So, let's figure out. Let's start fixing a few things. Why don't we? So the question now we need to answer is, well, so we've identified things. Well, how do we fix things? So this is where Kynar wire comes in. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually fix so trying to find it on the bottom. Okay, so what I did was I cut enough wire to, I'm just gonna not gonna believe it, but the wire like it went like flying like a spring. I have no idea where it actually went. Well, guess I'm cutting another little string. I'll probably find it when I least need it. No big deal. Alright, I cut a little shorter one this time because I know you can't see what I'm doing. I'll show you in a second. Where'd it go? There it is. I couldn't see it. It's so thin. Alright, open that up. Just a hair. These are the wrong tweezers to be doing this with. I have better ones. I just don't, of course, know where they are. Okay. There we go. So this is what we have. We now have a little wire basically rebuilding the trace we lost. So now here's the question. Is there anything we need to fix here? Not really. Now, one thing we could do, so we don't have to worry about that wire, is we can come to the very edge and just tack that in place. So that wire is not going to move. This one will be a little bit trickier, so we might just leave this one alone. There we go. Good enough. It's not gonna, shouldn't move. There we go. It's good enough. All right, so there we go. So that's how we, you know, and then I can still get the resistor pack in there. Just, I have to figure out which one goes there, because I have 3. Actually, gonna go ahead and the one that's in my hand, I'm gonna clean up. So one thing I want to do is make sure this is a, looks like it's a 1000 ohm resistor pack. Okay. Yep, that is correct. Alright, I'm just gonna figure out which one. Okay, so I need a 47K for the other side. Okay, this is the 47K in my hand that you can't see because I don't have a camera on me, but rest assured. Okay, so now that's a little questionable, but we'll get to that later. So There we go. She's in. Okay. So, straighten that out. And since there's really no traces here we need to worry about, we can go ahead and actually solder that in. Now, I just want to double, triple check something. Trying to look on another board to confirm. I'm guessing on the resistor placement. Come on. And it sucks because the schematics don't list this part. Okay, let's do. No, I don't want to risk that. Of course, because of the angle, I can't make it out. Let's see, what if I take a Q-tip, clean off the dust? Can I make it out then? I just need to make out one of them, actually, because take my glasses off, maybe that'll help. Yeah, okay, I did have it right. Good. Alright, we're good. Not that I was really that concerned, but double check and you don't have issues later. Alright, so right now we're just while we're here, we can double check the bottom, make sure nothing so there we are. I'm not going to worry about cleaning it up right now. Yes, I know it's ugly. Not worried about that right now. I'm worried about getting progress made on this bad boy. So let us start working on here. So like this one's going to be a little bit more of a challenge because so like this is broken in 2 places, but this one's only broken in 1. So we could use the same trick we just used with the wire to fix the 1. And I'll drop the little tiny wire. I think I'm better off using my wire cutters as tweezers than I am tweezers. So that's good. That ain't going anywhere on the other side. Once I fill in the solder, we'll be good there. Okay, we need to fix this one. Same way. There's different ways to do this. I'm not saying this is the only way. It's just the way I'm doing it here. You could also fix it from the bottom. That's perfectly acceptable. I use that same method, so I don't want anyone to think like there's one way to do something. Here we go. Ooh, looking nice, I say. Alright, now the question, what's the best way to fix this one? So I'm going to attack that one in a two-prong attack. Or we could try a different trick. This wire is actually quite thick, so I think we could get away with it. So I'm actually going to raise the board off. I need to raise the board off the table. So I'm going to take this old hard drive. And the reason I need to do that is I need the holes on the bottom to not... Because what's happening is the holes on the bottom are being, blocked by the table. So one thing I could say is I can always assume this iron is asleep. Okay. So basically we have okay, that is solid. That is also solid. Now, can we get... Now, the right way to do this move that in the middle. And now when I stick that in, that will be... This is more just tacking. That's going to actually support the connection. Okay, and I know this is the right resistor pack. We're not done. I'm just kind of... Because I think I still got to fix that one. So why don't we go ahead and just do that. Let me double check, though. Kind of hard to tell with the... So is it broken on both sides? Or just one side? Both sides. So we'll do the same... Okay, there we go. Now let's just go and double check all of these again. Make sure we didn't miss any. I'm gonna lie, I don't like how that one looks. I don't know if that's just... Alright, I think that's it for that. So, okay, we see all our patches. They all look great. They all look solid. Let's go ahead and make them a permanent addition. Okay, now let's flip it over. We'll take a look at the other side, double check everything. Okay, let's see. Not really worried about that one. That's a single one. We just need to make sure that one stays in the hole. Okay, that's good. Great. That's a good start. Let's go ahead and move over here. Turn this so that it... Let's start figuring out what we need to fix here. Although this resistor pack... looks like we got to fix here. Okay, easy enough. Now for this, we're going to use the exact same technique. However, we're going to give ourselves a little bit. Okay, we need to add some fresh solder, or in this case, just some flux. There we go. Okay. And then okay, yeah, some solder. The flux wasn't enough to sometimes you can get away with just flux. Now, you take the wire, and that's it. That wire is in that hole. It ain't going nowhere. Pull it taut. Now just clip off the other end and get it in the other hole and do the same as we've been doing. Now we don't have to worry though that the wire is going anywhere. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. That's not, but it's okay. Get it. Push down. Okay, that's good. And now again, remember, check twice, fix once. So gotta fix that, but that is not part of. Now let's get a little. Now I'm one of those people. If something looks nasty, time-wise, it is more affordable to fix it and make it look secure, or make it secure, I should say. Look. My goal is this to be, a nice, a piece that isn't going. There we go. And if we check the rest of it, looks good, so we're safe to trim it. Okay. And then on the bottom, we'll have a little wire to deal with, but that's okay. That trace is very secure, very reliable. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't like how these guys look. Okay, now same as before. Looks like they're overall not bad, so I don't like how that looks. Now, a lot of this is just personal nitpicking. Good enough for now. Okay. I think we're alright to go ahead and put in the resistor pack, which, like all the others, I'm going to clean up real quick. Okay, why is it not going in? Is there solder in that hole? Is that why it won't go in? Yeah, it looks like it. Alright, we can zoom out a bit here. Like, we don't need such a macro view. There we go. Okay. So what's left? Looks like we have one trace left. Besides that resistor. How many of you guys want to have me quickly fix that and throw a new socket on? And let's see what happens. Maybe nothing. I mean, arguably, I don't even have to put a socket on. I could just throw on the there we go. Now, because I don't actually want to put a socket in yet, I'm going to try. For now, I'm just going to solder that in. I'll clear the hole when I actually put a socket in. I want to see if we actually get anything on the screen. I mean, we may be in a worse position than I started in, but we may be in a better one. I don't know yet. All right. All right, I'm just tacking in that resistor that I took out, just to see, just so it'll work for now. Long term, I'll probably replace it. I mean, really, if the resistor works, do you need to replace it? I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. All right, let's switch back to my. Okay, we got a 2630. We have the ROM. Okay. And now I need power. All right. Let's see. Okay, that's what I had before. Let's see, where's my... So, I think that's a good sign. At least I have the same symptoms I had prior. Let's see if diagram boots. Okay. That's telling us that it can't read the EEPROM. Now, let me see. I'm seeing if I get any. So I don't actually know if, like, so I don't know whether that is an issue with my accelerator. Let me see if I could find my my card edge version. That's just the CPU. Alright, I'm gonna look over the board again. Maybe I missed something. Like, I mean, maybe that was short. You know what? I just realized I didn't trim. Okay, let's see. That looked like it was touching the other trace, which could have caused. Actually, I'm curious. What do we? Eh? No. What do we get? Okay, I didn't have it. Right, it somehow changed. I should get nothing. Okay, and I do. Part of me really wants to reseat Agnes, because I haven't done that yet, and I've had that fix many an issue. So I'm going to quickly... Actually, need to... Let's see if this doesn't... Alright, I want to check something, because my 2630 has been kind of ran through the ringers. Nope, that would be why. Well, maybe. Not entirely sure this is the issue, but it could be an issue. Okay, so that was not the issue. Alright, so either we have a actual bus issue, which I'm not entirely sure is our problem yet. That may not be making a connection. For now, I'm just going to fill it. I can remove it later because it should be able to boot with just the CPU card. Okay. Now my question is it a socket issue for the ROM, or is it so this? All right, I think we're gonna go ahead and install the socket because we could have a bad trace to the. There could be a bad trace to the CPU card, and I need to be able to rule that out one way or the other. Really? Why is it every time something falls, it's gotta be harder to pick it up? All right. All right, so the first thing we need to do is switch back so you can see. All right, so the first thing I need to do is clear out some of these holes. Okay, let's see if that will let me put the socket in. Okay, socket fits. I just want to double check that trace I fixed since I have a Rev 4 board right here. Apparently this is newer than this Rev 4 board. Oh, this must be like a really early Rev 4. Yeah, it is. Okay. Alright, give me a second and I'll give y'all a view. I just need to tack in this socket. So our goal here is going to be get the socket on, throw the CPU in. If it works, then we know we probably have a trace bad to the CPU card. Oh, give me a second. Which one's C13? Really? I looked at how did I? I'm over here now. Oh, that may have been shorting too. You have no idea how badly I want to see this thing boot up after all that work. I don't know how much I'm able to like see the. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, that's different. I don't know if that is different in a good way, but Alright, I'm going to take... Now's the time for my oscilloscope, if I can, and start looking at if any of these signals look wrong, which I suspect I'm not even going to have a good... I'm going to make sure we got clock, check the obvious stuff. Make sure, okay, let me switch you guys over to me. Alright, so I got my oscilloscope here. I'm just going to start seeing if we have any floating lines. Actually, weird. I do have data. Acting like it's running. All right. We should be getting something here. I don't know what it's doing with that flickering, but... Alright, let's reseat Denise. Sorry, y'all can't see. I'm just swapping the CIAs, just seeing if. Alright, so I am gonna, at this point, I think I'm gonna start checking traces and such. Just to double check everything. So that I'm on 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 7. shouldn't have done that. Should have just... Yeah, that's not gonna... Fifth one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Alright, so that rules out the... Okay. That rules out the connection to the ROM. It's very weird though, because like, it's almost like nothing is the diagram should be showing some sign of activity. That's not even a valid result. Like, yeah, that's not even... Not liking this Agnes socket. It's very fragile. I'm really perplexed because everything seems like it should work. Like, we went over everything, and really there wasn't anything too, like, questionable. So I almost wonder, like, is it a... I mean, the CPU is not great. I mean, I could grab another one for a test, but I'm sure it's, you know, enough that it should, you know, boot. And we checked all the traces going to the ROM. Everything was good there. I'm just gonna double check I soldered everything. I mean, that's so weird. Huh. Interesting. Not gonna lie, might need to move on to something else for a little while, because, I'm really still suspecting that it's the Agnes socket. But given that that is more work than I immediately want to do, just set it aside. It's alright, no rush. Rushing does not, I'm pretty sure I have new sockets, so I'm gonna... Alright, what next? What can we do next? Well, let's take a look at, like I said, we got this 565. I don't have the parts down here to work on that. Well, I do got one. Did I leave that over here? I thought... Was this never public? Did he never... Huh. I thought that had been released, but... Oh, guess not. Alright, well, let's start looking at this board under the microscope. It's a board that I'm hoping I can sort out one day and get it back to its owner. Be a good surprise. ignore all the nastiness. This board has been a bit of a hassle, to say the least. Is that actually a break? Oh yeah, that looks. Oh, no wonder I didn't see that. It's like that's really tucked away. But I don't think it's actually broken. I think that's, yeah, that just might be. There's no way that's broken. Sorry, video card. I didn't even know you're over here, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah. There's a lot. This board has been a lot of that. Just, oh yeah, it's broken. No, no, it's not. I already checked. That's good. Looks ugly, but part of me wants to build a new replica and see if it comes to life. Yeah. So the story about this board is it'll turn on and whatnot, but it'll never actually boot to Mac OS properly. So that's the story with that. I'm sticking to it. I just wanted to take a look at it for. All right, where are you? Oh, hey, look at that. I missed that. All right, let's so all those you don't need to recap a board, people, and well, hope I never have to work on your stuff because you definitely need to recap your boards. So for this one, I'm just going through and cleaning it up. Ooh. Well, so I can go ahead and start putting on caps, I guess. Beep. Okay. Alright, let me grab the caps for this. Okay, and for those worried because of the pad underneath, oh look, no continuity. Great. That was me testing my probes to make sure they're in continuity. So again, it's coated in flux or solder, so I don't have to worry about, you know. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't have you guys. There we go. Don't worry about it looking so ew. I will go back over it with some flux, so it'll look more like that. Okay. Ugh. This solder does not have a lot of flux in it. It burns very quickly. There we go. Anyway. I have a feeling that's where a lot of people get the idea you need flux. I've had solder where I never need flux, and then I have solder that I constantly need to add flux. So I think all those people that are saying, "Oh, you need flux," I think they're using the same solder I am. I mean, don't get me wrong, extra flux doesn't hurt. It's just telling people that they need flux. Like, it's just unnecessary. Shut up. Okay. Actually, I'm going to wait on that, and I will show you what I mean by that, because we actually have to do some repair. Oh, almost. There we go. Yeah. Smaller the solder, the crappier the flux. That's why I have actual flux. Alright, these are 100 microfarad. I'm just gonna switch back to me for a minute just so I can finish this up. Okay. Now for the thing I said we need to work on. I introduce you to Chippity McChip Chip. It is a chip missing a few legs. Now don't judge him. He's sentiment. He's very He's very shy. He doesn't like being judged. He lost him in a war. Alright, while we're here, we will... I think I already looked over this. No obvious trace damage, despite having lost a leg or two. Come on. Really? Really? I mean, throw some flux down. It's probably just because the there we go. Well, apparently that's way too over. Yeah, because wait, are we? Up, we're down a pin. Almost there. There we go. Now, alright, what are we going to do about this missing leg, guys? Well, remember this, the trick we used to fix the pads? Or the pins? Or not the pad, I really need a better way for this microscope, but so our goal alright, I'm actually going to do this off. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I do need a little. There we go. Sorry, just moving a few things out of my way. Really? I had it a few times. I just don't want to cut into the chip because I don't really need to. Come on. There we go. That looks There we go. That is definitely attached now. I'm satisfied with that. I'm not touching it. Okay, so here is, well, a mess. Let me fix the other one and then I'll show you everything. The other one I need to definitely do off camera because I need the angle. All right. So that little leg is actually attached inside the chip because like broke off. I will eventually, once I'm done, I will fill that with epoxy to seal it up. But as it stands, the two broken legs are fixed. I just need to now go ahead and solder this. There we go. And because I want it to look a certain way, got my hot air gun and I'm going to reflow . All right, perfect. Okay. Bust out the toothbrush. Now, I'm not going to be able to test this board right now. But okay, got one last, or gonna put the two last caps on. That 47 that goes next to the CUDA. Gotta make that look better when I'm done. And last but not least, the cap I forget exists every single time. Definitely gonna need to make that look better. All right. Well, that is done. Give it a brushing. No, it already ultrasonicked it. Okay. For now, until I get done with his other stuff to test him, I'm going to throw all his boards back in their respective bags. Okay, we're going to start working on cleaning up this Macintosh TV a bit. I might have to Might be done for the night here shortly. Alright, I've been doing this for a few hours, so I'm going to actually stop for now and probably go do something else for the rest of the day. So, thanks for watching, and I'll finish this board up at another time. Maybe not on stream, but, you know, I'm going to finish that up. Got a bunch of other little things I'm finishing up, so I will come back to that 2000 again. I'm really not sure what could be going on with that yet. It's kind of weird. A diagram does nothing, so we'll find out. But anyway.